part in the battle and bless us with your intervention. Thank you for our first responders who train and sacrifice to take care of us all. May they all experience your grace from your hand. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Lawler. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So this evening, due to COVID-19, we will be having both a physical meeting location and a virtual meeting per Washington Proclamation 20-28. Due to Governor Inslee's most recent order, masks are required for everyone in council chambers, regardless of vaccination status. City staff are participating via teleconference. Guests that are included in staff presentations will be excused from the Ring Central meeting at the conclusion of the agenda item as appropriate. Tonight's meeting may be viewed live via YouTube and on cable channel 10, HD 1090. Will our city clerk please conduct our roll call? Julie?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Munns,
Present.
Councilmember Heisen,
Present.
Councilmember Servadius,
Present.
Councilmember Wassinger,
Present.
Councilmember Mack. Mayor, Councilmembers Goebel and Wiesner have indicated that they will not be joining us this evening and have asked to be excused.
Thank you, Clerk Julie. I'll entertain a motion to exclude Councilmembers Goebel and Wassinger.
That would be Councilmembers Goebel and Wiesner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Goebel and Wiesner. We have a motion.
I move that we
Mayor Pro Tem?
excuse Millie Goebel and Jim Wiesner from the meeting this evening.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to excuse Council Members Jim Wiesner and Councilmember Goebel. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Heisen. All in favor, say aye. Raise your hands. Thank you. Any opposed? Looks like that passes unanimously. We'll move on to the approval of agenda. Any changes to our agenda for this evening? Okay, not seeing any. We will then move to our section 3, which is citizen comment period. Citizens may comment on subjects of interest not listed on the agenda or items listed on the consent agenda. Citizens may also comment on corresponding agenda items. In this hybrid meeting format, citizens can attend and give comment in person or via the online comment form at www.ocarver.org/public comment, or email the city clerk at jlindsay@ocarver.org prior to 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting, or call 360-279-4571 to leave a voicemail to be played during the council meeting. Call to leave a voicemail after 5 p.m. on the Friday preceding the meeting and prior to 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting. When leaving a voicemail for public comment, state your first and last name clearly, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Are there any members of the public present who wish to speak? If so, the clerk will call your name in the order in which you have signed in to speak. Please step forward to the microphone and state your name and address.
Yes,
We
Mayor.
believe,
We have 4
Okay.
members of the public
So
who would
we
like to
have-
speak this evening. The
let me
first,
see, so far we know of 2 people. We received 1 public comment via our web form. So we'll start with those present tonight.
thank you,
And
Mayor.
go ahead, Clerk Julie.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 4 members of the public who have signed in to speak this evening. The first is Nick Ritchie.
My name is Nick Ritchie.
I'm coming to the council today as a man with no agenda. I am guilty of complacency. I am guilty of not recognizing the hurting people that we have, not only on the streets, but also in our homes. I'm complacent. I do not live in the city. I live in the county. I consider Whidbey Island to be the greatest place and greatest community that I've ever been to. And I was complacent, and I'm not here to place blame on the police department or the council or anyone. But we see what's happening. We all see what's happening, and there are people. And I don't have the solution for this. I don't. But I do know that we need to look out for each other. We need to love each other. That means loving homeless, even the ones that, let's be real here. Let's be real with each other. I was complacent because I didn't live in the city. And you know what I would say? It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me. So I carry as much blame as everyone else on this island, not the city. And I'm not here to be political. I'm not here to promote anything. I'm here to tell you that I'm concerned for the safety of our children. I'm concerned for the safety of the homeless. Believe it or not, I talk to them. I don't have a solution. I just want the community to get involved because they need to know that we take care of each other. Even the homeless, we take care of each other. We can't put all of this on leaders or all of this on partisan or bipartisan or any of that. I would be nothing without this community. Nothing. And so I feel like I see things on Facebook. I see it. And Facebook is a great vehicle. But I encourage the community. I'm not that person. I don't want to be involved in politics. I have no desire to do this. But there are people suffering on the streets. There are people suffering, and now it's moving into the city. It's moving out into Whidbey Island. Let's just forget about Oak Harbor right now. Let's just think about all of Whidbey Island. How long have we ignored this? And this is not blaming. This is not blaming anyone. And I'm not the person, I hope to God, that I'm not the person to lead this. But I see it everywhere. And so I just want to speak out, and maybe it'll inspire someone else. And I love those people on the streets because I came from that place. I understand their plight. But I also understand our children. They're people. And I don't have a solution, you guys. I don't have anything. And you guys probably don't either. And the police, the sheriff, his hands are tied. We all know where we're at. But we all know this is the greatest community that we've ever been in. We take care of each other. Even the homeless, we take care of the homeless. So where does this conversation go from here? I don't know. But let's stop ignoring things and let's start taking care of each other. And I respect your time. Thank you all for listening to me. And I'm leaving now. And God bless you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Don't forget the phone. No, don't forget my phone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. Mayor, our next speaker is Keegan Bumer. Hopefully I'm not messing up your name as well.
Perfect. Yes, so I am Keegan Bumer. You need my address too. So I live in 726 Southwest London Terrace in Oak Harbor. Good evening. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for giving me your audience tonight. What I'm going to speak about is a little bit of a controversial topic, I know, and it can be very polarizing. I'm going to speak about the requirement that the city of Oak Harbor has placed upon their employees to get the COVID-19 vaccine, despite objections being raised and exemptions being requested. Now, I want to make it clear that I'm not making any comments coming from the vax versus anti-vax paradigm. Whether somebody wants to get the vaccine or not is totally up to them, and I do not fault anybody either way. So I don't want to be, on either side of that polarization. And I also would like to make it clear that tonight I am not, none of my comments are intended to come off as an attack to anybody. All I'm intending to do is spur logical, mature conversation without force, fraud, or coercion. And so that we can all grow in the right direction together and learn from each other, right? So I'm bringing this up tonight because two individuals who I'm close with, who I go to church with, are going to be losing their jobs. They work for the fire department. They're going to be losing their jobs this month, and they love their jobs. They love serving the community. These are two individuals who are, I can attest to the quality of their character. They serve faithfully in church, and I know they serve faithfully in their duties in the department as well. I want to say that there is no across-the-board precedent that has been set in this county for similar entities, would-be health and other fire departments in Island County have accommodated their employees who seek exemption. So I hope to give you some perspective. Maybe that'll allow you to do likewise. So I have three main points. First point, I am a follower of Christ. I share certain convictions with these two individuals and probably others that we base on passages in the Bible. The conviction is about the sanctity of life. Now, I know this is a very controversial topic. This is my conviction. I'm not trying to put my convictions on anybody else. But I believe that a life begins at conception, and therefore the act of intentionally ending this life is wrong. I do not want to be part of this act in any way, even to reap the scientific benefits that follow from it. This is my personal conviction, and again, I know that not everybody shares it. So here's a verse that I'll share with you that illustrates this. For you formed my inward parts. You knitted me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works. My soul knows it very well. Psalm 139, 13, 14. So, to me, this illustrates that God gives life in the womb, and each life is precious to him. This is relevant because the COVID-19 vaccines that are available at this time either contain, were tested with, or were developed from cells originating from aborted babies. I have emailed some resources to all the council members and the mayor, and I also have packets for anybody else who is interested. But I will quickly get into the three vaccines that are currently under emergency use authorization.
Mr. Bumer, I'm sorry. So we try to limit these. Are you
Sure.
getting close to being? Okay.
Well, I'm about halfway done, but if it's okay, I know I want to respect everybody's time. So,
What about council? How does council feel? Is there a meeting?
Okay, I'll make a couple points really quick. So the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine was developed and tested with human embryonic kidney 293 cells. Johnson & Johnson leverages PERK6 technology, a cell line originating from human embryonic retinal cells. And Moderna uses HEC, human embryonic kidney cells, in design, development, protein production, and testing. So those are all there. My second reason is also religious conviction, and I'll just real quick. So I believe that we all have the responsibility to make decisions based on our health. And we are stewards of our body, and that means if there is a risk, I don't feel that it is right to force somebody to make a decision that they feel is going to put their body at risk. Just a quick quote from Dr. Robert W. Malone, who invented the mRNA technology. So a quote from him: "The key point here is that what is being done by suppressing open disclosure and debate concerning the profile of adverse events associated with these vaccines violates fundamental bioethical principles of clinical research." So having an expert testimony like that does, give a little bit of credence to there being some risk involved in taking this vaccine. So that was my second point. My third point is just for the safety of the public. With speaking to one of these individuals, he said the staff in the department is going to reduce probably by about a third. I just fear for the safety of the community, the safety of the members of this department who are going out there and putting their lives at risk, and being shorthanded could be very dangerous for them and for the community. And so to close, I just want to ask one question. What motivates, I would invite you to ask this question of yourself. What motivates my response to this virus? Is it fear or is it love? If you answered fear, you're not alone. Fear will cripple us, make us sink to depths that we never imagined we could sink to. But there is a more excellent path we can take. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear. And that's from 1 John 4:18. Where can we find some of this perfect love? In Jesus. Trust in him, and he will pour his love out through you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mayor, our
Hey.
next speaker is Zach Phillip.
Council members, Mr. Mayor, good evening. My name is Zach Phillip. I live at 751 Northwest 1st Avenue. I moved here in 2013 as a member of the Navy. I retired here in 2016. In 2017, I took my time and decided to join with the Planning Commission. I was a member of the Planning Commission until June of this past year. During that time, I've seen some things. You guys, we haven't always seen eye to eye. I had my issues, and I brought them up many times to you guys. My first thing, though, is my house in 13. When I bought my house, my utility bills were $110 a month, family of 4, and that's with 2 infants. My utility bills now, after we've had the new factory put in, which I completely asked, I understood why we did it. During the build process, I asked about repairs for the dryer, and I was told, don't worry, it's never going to break. My comment to that was, I'm a mechanic. Things break no matter what. No matter what you plan on, they're going to break. How do we fix it? Oh, it won't break. Here we are, and it doesn't work, it doesn't function fully still. My bill now not even 10 years after living here, is $247 a month. This past winter, or past summer, I put in a tankless water heater to become more water efficient. I put in water-saving shower heads. I put in a brand new dishwasher that would be more efficient on water consumption. My bill still rises. This is not acceptable. I'm a single source income family of 4. My wife is a stay-at-home mother. She takes care of the kids, she gets them ready for school, makes dinner and everything else, takes care of everything, and it's awesome. I can't complain about her one bit, even if I wanted to. Now, thankfully, I have my military retirement that I can lean back on to help me with my payments and everything else to make it. People that are making minimum wage, how are they supposed to live in this town if we keep driving our utility prices up? We keep raising the utility prices, but we're not looking at how it affects the people beneath us, the people that we're actually supposed to be representing. And it feels like to the majority of us here in this town that they say what they want, but you people who we voted for, you guys don't listen to us. You don't seem to care what we have to say. It's like you guys have your own ideas and what we want to do, and we go that route. I pray that's not the case. Anyway, I have my bill here if you guys would like to see it. All right. Thank you for your time.
Mayor
Thank you,
Severns.
Mr. Phillip.
Our next speaker is Charles Pickema.
My name is Charles Dykema. I live up on Patton's Hill. And I'm here to talk about basically the same thing my friend Nick Ritchie was. We have issues with homeless people on the street. We have dangerous homeless people on the street. I'm hearing stories of my girlfriend being followed from her job out to her car. I've got stories from people being approached in a manner in which is very indecent by some of these homeless people. Now, I agree, we need to take care of these homeless people and have somewhere for them to go. Being a homeowner and having an abandoned house just 2 blocks from me with homeless people living in it is pretty concerning, especially considering in the middle of my shift, because I work second shift, there's times when I've been called by my family begging me to come home because there's somebody outside my house having a full-on conversation with themselves. And we don't seem to have any kind of program, at least none that I'm aware of, for these homeless people. And my question is what can we do about that? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dykema. So do we have any, Julie, do we have any other for public comment at this time? And did you have one that was submitted that we need to read?
Yes, Mayor, there were 2 comments submitted, one via our web form and one via online. And we'll see if we can pull those up here. We'll put those back up for you. Go ahead, the next slide, Tim. That's okay. Just one moment, Mayor, and we'll have those pulled up here for you. There here we are. Here's, the first one is on the screen now, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Julie. Is there one last one?
One moment, Mayor, we're pulling up that first slide.
Okay.
There it is on screen now. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes our public comment.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, we will then move on at this time to our next item on the agenda, which is our consent agenda. I believe we've got consent agenda items A, B, and C. And if there's no questions, those will be accepted as presented.
Mayor, that should be agenda items A and B.
Oh, I'm sorry. A and B. Okay. Thank you. Then we will move on at this time to the mayor's comments. I've got some comments and an introduction. So I'll start with the upcoming events. Fire Prevention Week is this week, October 3rd through the 9th. Second event is Regency on Whidbey Job Fair, and that is October 7 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your resume. Regency on Whidbey, October 7th. Next on the list is the Seroptimus Shred Day, and that is October 9th from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. So at Whidbey Island Bank, it looks like. Oh gosh, okay, great. Next one, Read and Create Space is hosting free books and create activities to enjoy Wednesdays, October 13th and the 27th from 4 p.m. until 7 p.m. So that's Read and Create Space, hosting free books and creating activities to enjoy. Wednesdays, October 13th and 27th from 4 to 7. Drive-through trick-or-treat event in the forest area by the Oak Harbor Chamber. So that will be Friday, October 29th from 3 until 5 p.m. So that's the forest area by the Oak Harbor Chamber. That sounds like a fun evening, October 29th, Friday. And then October 30th is the No Tricks, Safe Treats Downtown Oak Harbor Pioneer Way. So that's a Saturday night, downtown Oak Harbor, No Tricks, Safe Treats, October 30th from 3 until 5 p.m. Okay. So I would like to introduce our new interim city attorney. Please join me in welcoming our city attorney. And this is interim city attorney Hillary Evans. Hillary joins us from the municipal law firm of Kenyon Dyson after practicing 8 years as a deputy prosecuting attorney in the civil division of the Snohomish County Prosecuting Attorney's Office and 4 years in private practice. Her diverse practice at Snohomish County included both litigation and risk management roles. She defended the county on a variety of civil matters, including land use, civil rights, employment, and tort claims in both state and federal courts and on appeal. While in law school at the University of Washington, so she is a Husky, Hillary worked for the Washington State Attorney General and the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Hillary now litigates on behalf of numerous Kenyon Dyson municipal clients and currently serves as the city attorney for the cities of Mount Lake Terrace and Sultan. Her firm, Kenyon and Dyson, acts as city attorney for a number of other cities, and they have done work for cities from like Friday Harbor to Bellevue, Tacoma. They've done a lot of, and that's all they do is municipal law. So Hillary has joined us from her office, and welcome aboard. Okay, with that, I'd like to turn it over for council comments. I see Mayor Pro Tem Munns.
Thank you, Mayor. It is nice to finally see something on paper about our new firm. But I have a question. On February 18th, 2020, on our agenda, we were asked to confirm the mayor's appointment of Anna Thompson to be the current assistant city attorney as the interim city attorney, and I'm wondering why there's not something on our agenda to approve this law firm to be. Are we setting a new precedent? I mean, we used to confirm all our interims, and we haven't done it for Public Works or others, so I'm just wondering what's changed, please.
So I think I can answer that. There is not, perhaps there's been some that have been approved by the council, but there is not anything in our code that requires that. And so, as you say, we have appointed interims, and especially in this case, we appointed an interim. Obviously, we will not hire anybody until council approves. But that's, I guess, the difference. We have not done that for a while.
Thank you.
Council comments. Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I do have a follow-up question, I guess, on what Ms. Munn said, but I wanted to say thank you. There's still a couple citizens left here. It's nice to see faces in chambers again. It's been a long time. And we're still not out of the woods yet, but it's great to have people able to participate in person and contribute. I guess one thing I would just touch on, normally, obviously, during the citizen comment period, council doesn't respond. It's difficult to answer questions on the spot or maybe have the information to provide a full answer. But one of the gentlemen, I hope I say this right, Mr. Dykema, Charles, commented on, and Mr. Ritchie, on some of the challenges we have with folks. Obviously, it's not a crime to be without a home. It's not a crime to be napping in the park. But if there are people that are doing illegal things, then please, as I've said before, if you see something, say something. And so when I hear comments like there's people living in a house that shouldn't be, hopefully they're touching base with ICOM, which is our non-emergency number. If it's an emergency, call 911. But if you see those things, please, our officers are great. Our first responders, fire and police are great. And so they will respond, as appropriate. But don't just let it go. If you see something, don't just ignore it. So that would be the first thing. But I did want to follow up. Mayor, I remain confused on our workshop on the 25th. The agenda item was to look at whether to bring a firm on board as a contract employee or to look at bringing a city attorney on in-house full-time. And that was the discussion point that you removed from the workshop. And now we just got a notice that we have hired an interim city attorney. And I'm just curious, once again, what changed? Why the drastic change between the 25th and now?
So the 25th, we were planning to, and still are planning to, advertise and interview for a long-term city attorney. That process, as I mentioned, will include city council and some staff, certainly, to plan to fill that position on a permanent basis. And I think as council realizes, we originally had a notification that Weed Grass would stop their contract at the end of the year. And then that changed on their end, and they moved that up approximately 5 weeks to the middle of next month. So we started looking at firms to replace them, and immediately started communicating with firms, realized that we had an opportunity to get a top-notch firm that has been doing this kind of work for many, many years and only does this kind of work. And we had an opportunity to get them right away. Not something that happens very often, very quickly, or as quickly as this possibility. We have other law firms that we currently are paying. I think, as you know, we have a pending lawsuit. We have a firm that's been working for us now for approximately a year in regards to that lawsuit. We counseled with them, and the decision was the best thing to do would be to move forward with Kenyon Dyson when we had the chance. So that's the best answer I can give you, and we certainly they were able to make something happen right away, and so were we.
So would they not have been available November 19th? Was their firm not taking new clients?
I'm sorry, are you talking about Kenyon
Well, yeah, I was just,
Dyson?
yes, you said they were available, so we jumped on it, or I forget your exact words. I was just curious if the firm was not taking any more new clients, or why they wouldn't have been available mid-November.
So we had 7 firms that we started a list with that do this kind of work. 2 of them did not have anything. 2 of the other firms were not sure about their scheduling. And then when we started talking to Kenyon Dyson, they had an opportunity. I don't know. I don't think I can answer your question about whether they would have been available in the middle of November. I don't think I can answer that.
And I guess my final question on that point then would be, before we move on to any other council member comments or the rest of the agenda, I've said this before, but when I make decisions for the city, I look at, does it create efficiencies? Does it save us money, which saves the citizens money? And does it help improve morale? And are we going to be, we don't even know what we're paying for this firm. Was this done as a cost savings measure to create efficiencies or to improve morale? And when will we see the contract for this firm?
So I'm not sure I followed all of that, but I can tell you that we have a contract, an interim contract, that will be available for you to look at soon. It is completed at this point, and we had this option, obviously, to start now. Will it create a morale? We obviously were needing to replace the grant Weedstra firm, or the Weed Grafstra. I'm sorry, Weed Grafstra firm, and as we move forward, the efficiencies will be soon to find out. They do some work that we currently do in-house or had been doing in-house that I believe they can help us with. And I also believe that the efficiencies will soon be, we will soon find out. Be happy to share those with you. What the costs have been over the last year or 6 months and what the costs going forward will be. It's roughly the same hourly cost. They have a different way of doing, available. We will probably, just the efficiencies we'll soon find out about. And I don't believe that the city will be paying any more money for their legal needs moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Mack. Could you hear me, Councilor?
To Mr.
I'm not sure. Can you hear me there, Julie?
Mayor, can you not hear Councilmember Mack?
No, I cannot.
Evidently, okay, here we go. Thanks, Tim. I'd just like to say thank you to Mr. Weed in the audience and Anna Thompson for all their service to the city of Oak Harbor and all the effort they put in trying to keep the city steered in the right direction. And with all due respect, I hope that we can continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mack. Anyone else?
No other
Okay,
questions from council, Mayor.
I'm sorry?
No other questions from council.
Oh, thank you. Well, I too would like to thank Mr. Weed. I see him in the audience here from the camera. I get to look at it. I'm behind him, but I would like to thank Mr. Weed and certainly Anna for their hard work for us and appreciate them and tell them thank you. Thank you. Okay, we will move on then to our agenda item. I think the next one is item number 8. We have a professional services agreement, contract amendment number 10 with Semrau Engineering for development review. And this evening we have our interim public works director, Mick Monken, to present. Mick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council. Tonight before you is the 10th amendment for the Semrau Engineering Service contract. This had been initially executed with the city in January of 2018, and we're in our 4th year. The primary services that this consultant has been providing is for the development services, and it's been in support of the engineering staff, which currently is down 2 positions and doesn't have the capacity to deal with the number of developments that are currently under review. Since the January 18th, there's been 9 amendments, and this has extended the contract and also has increased the fees to cover those additional years. In addition, there was 2 times that the firm had provided for the interim city engineer's position, and also they added in some specialty services for traffic and geotechnical, which the city does not have those levels of expertise in-house. Currently, the contract is approved for $320,000. The needs for the services are primarily is the development services. And this is again covering for the vacancies that have not yet been filled, and especially services, which again, we don't have the capacity for. So amendment number 10 is to add $60,000, and this is to continue the funding through the rest of the year as that money has all been spent to date. And this would be funded through engineering professional services, and it would be covered with salaries that had not been paid from the open positions. Staff is recommending that you authorize the mayor to sign the amendment number 10 for the professional service agreement. And this would again add the $60,000, and I would be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mick. Before we go to the council for questions, I'd like to confirm with Julie that no comments were received from the public.
That's correct, Mayor. We received no comments from the public on this item.
Thank you, Julie. So we'll turn to council for questions. Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Monken, I guess I'm slightly confused. I remember asking, it probably wasn't last month, that would have been September, it would have been, I'd have to go back and look at the video in July when we were discussing the use of the ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan. And I specifically called out a need for people in engineering, and our city administrator said that we did not have a need in engineering, that we were fine. We had just hired a GIS tech, but you're telling us that we're down 2 engineers?
We do have engineering position is out right now. It's a project manager, and it's currently, I believe, under advertisement.
So they're both project management, I mean, is one, are they specialty? I mean, tell me the positions exactly again that we need filled in engineering, please.
The one that I know that is out, I believe right now, is the project manager position. And there had been a design engineer position as well, although that one is not out for advertisement.
Okay, I'm going to support this because I know we are desperately in need. I mean, I've watched in the past I know our engineering staff. So this is now your interim department. Would you please bring forward, I guess, a recommended list, best practices, what you need? We have not only our TBD interests, all of the other projects the city does, but we have housing projects, we have other, projects that require a lot of engineering. And I don't know how, Mr. Semerau may be great, but there's clearly no way that any one person can fill that need. So you started with that we were down 2 engineers and you named one, but we're not advertising for the other one. So I would just, if you could bring us back with a refresher on what that has traditionally looked like in engineering and what we need to do as a council, maybe to beef that back up. We switch resources around from time to time, depending on the needs. And I still think that this is an area that is desperately in need of some revenue and some bodies. And once again, that can change from time to time, but please bring that forward to council, maybe as just a report in one of our upcoming meetings in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Munns.
Thank you, Mayor. So Semerau, is he just a staff of one, or does he have several engineers? Because I know that when a permit comes in and the engineering part of it, we have a time limit in which to get it out. So if we're short 2 engineers, we're only advertising for 1. I guess I don't understand why, if we need them both, we're not advertising for the second one. But helps, and he's been filling in, but does he have the staff to help us get things out in a timely manner? That's been a big complaint from builders that we're too slow. Thank you.
We do currently, he does have a staff assistant on that. I know he also uses consultants, which are also brought in, which are not part of his company, but they're sub-consultants that he has available. And that is also used as part of the development service review.
And we don't pay extra for those consultants, we just pay him and then he figures out how to get the requirement done, finished?
No, we do pay for the services. Anything that we request, we do reimburse for those services.
Okay, so we're adding $60,000 to his contract, if I understand it correctly, and that sounds great, he's done good work. But then if he hires a consultant to help him, then we're also going to be paying for the consultant that helps him? Am I getting this correctly on the budget?
The answer, I guess, is, in a way, yes, it does provide a service, but it augments a service. So the consultant, sub-consultancies using our specialists, so those are the ones that do traffic, will do surveying. They would do services that ordinarily he would not provide. So he's basically uses them as a pass-through support service.
Hey, Nick, I think this is David Goldman, Finance Director. I think I can answer this question. We do get invoices from Severns and other consultants that we have on board. And if they do subcontract out, it's included as part of that invoice. So we're working with the main contractor that we're entering into an agreement with, and they subcontract out. They could subcontract out to subcontractors, and the amount would be part of that bill. So I hope that helps shed some light on that question.
So he
Thank you, Mr.
submits a bill, and we will pay him out of that $380,000 and deduct it. So it would be money for the consultant and money that he does or he and his assistant does. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilor Servatius.
Thank you. So I guess once again, I will support this because I know there's a tremendous need in that department, but I'm guessing this is an average at $15,000 a month is what we're anticipating here through the end of the year. If we look at a wage plus benefits, I'd have to think we can do better than that in-house, unless the argument can be made that it still makes sense to outsource this position. So, Mr. Monken, as part of that review of your department and its needs, can we take a good look at that? I mean, like you said, at $15,000 a month, that's a decent price tag for a body of one and an assistant, or I don't know how that works. I'm not in engineering. I just know they need a lot of help. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilor Wassinger. Did I see a question? No question.
Oh, so sorry. I forgot to turn my mic on. If there's no other comments or question, I would be glad to make the motion. Let's see here. Here we go. I move to authorize the mayor to sign amendment number 10 for the professional services agreement with Samurai Engineering for surveying and consulting services that adds $60,000 to the contract amount, increasing the not to exceed contract amount from $320,000 to $380,000.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. The motion reads exactly like the recommended motion in the packet, and that motion was made by Councilor Wassinger, seconded by Councilor Heisen. Seeing no other questions, all in favor, please raise your hand. And it looks like that passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to the next item, which is item number 8B, interlocal agreement with Oak Harbor School District, School Resource Officer for 2021-2022 school year. And we have our Police Chief, Kevin Dresker, to present. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I should have added some forelight here. Sorry about that, but I'm going to switch and share my screen anyways. Okay, is that visible to everybody?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, so I'll be fairly quick. This is just time for us to renew our contract with the school board. We've contracted with them for the last few years. where they contribute some finances towards the school resource officer. And this is just an extension of that contract or renewing it. We provide an SRO. We've actually, as a police department, provided one for, Oak Harbor's provided one for, I don't know, 20 years or so, but we now enjoy a financial partnership with the schools. And I don't have it up here for display, but you all received the contract. And I'll just let you know what's different. Really, the contract is the same. All we did was add some language that brought it up to current standards. Mostly what it was a few lines that pertain to some of the state changes with regard to law enforcement. And just basically advised that we would have to follow state law with regards to some of the contacts we do, et cetera. The big crux of the contract does not change. The only other piece of change was the financial amount, because we have a new SRO, Officer Selsey, and since her salary is a little bit different than the previous one, we adjusted that for the school year to account for that. So that's really it in a nutshell. It's not a complicated issue. They help pay for one of our officers. We provide a school resource officer, and that works out well for all involved. And I'm open for questions.
I thank you, Chief. Before we turn to the council, I'd like to confirm with our clerk that no comments were received from the public regarding this.
That's correct, Mayor. We received no comments from the public on this item.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate your work always. Turn back to council. I'm looking now at a very small screen. Could you help me, Julie?
Yes,
See any
Mayor.
hands?
Councilmember Wassinger has a question.
Perfect. Councilor Wassinger.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I appreciate having the school resource officer that we provide in the schools. I have kids in school, and I know you guys do, Joel. So it's always nice to know that there's a presence in the school district, and that we're able to do that for them. Can you, though, explain a little bit? I've always been curious about how maybe describe the day of the officer at the schools. Do they are they as needed in different schools? Do they sort of go from school to school as they see fit, or what would their typical day kind of be like?
So typically they check in the morning at the police department, get any information from us, and then they'll go to the school and end up, probably starting in the morning most of the time at the high schools. They talk to the teachers, to the staff. They'll walk around, talk to kids. Sometimes there's meetings that are organized by the school they'll attend. They also go to the other schools, especially the middle and intermediate schools. This school season just started, and Officer Selsey is a brand new to the SRO program. We sent her to training in the summer, so she's getting her own speed up. And then if there are contacts to be made regarding any potential issues, they'll do that. They typically have an office space up at the high school that they can use. And also they are attending, I think the school ball game this year or this week has been moved up to Thursday, I understand. So she also provides security at the ball game, and we provide an additional one. That additional one, I actually talked with the superintendent, and I advised him that we would take care of the cost for that one, and he was insistent it was a school function and that they would take care of it. So they're real good partners with us. And just to be clear too, it's not just a school resource officer that attends these school functions. For instance, today I spent an hour and a half at Ojai, and I went up there with one of the staff up there who invited me up in a kind of a casual clothing. I wore a suit basically, or a sport jacket with my badge, and went into I think most of the classrooms and said hello to the kids. And we have other officers who go and attend those events and go to the schools and say hi. So it's not just limited to the resource officer, but that's their focus. And so that's the best I can give you, I guess, for what their day looks like.
Oh, no, that's perfect. I appreciate it so much. And I know the kids are kind of getting back into normal school. They're back in their normal class sizes, and it seems like as the weeks go on, based on the emails I get, especially from the middle school, that a lot of kids are up to their antics, that, you know, they're feeling more comfortable being back at school. And I'm sure your officer is jumping in feet first into the fire. So I appreciate it so much. And thank you for going out to the schools too, and any officers that are around. I think it's just a great thing to have. So I certainly support your interlocal agreement with the school district. Thank you.
Yeah, and I might add, it's really a win-win for us, and it's a win-win for the school, especially when we were providing these before. And I'm happy from other questions. I did want to insert real quick that I also want to thank Grant. He reviews these contracts, and Anna does too, and they provide legal advice as tweaks and stuff. And in fact, they did so on this one here. So again, I'd like to join everybody in thanking them.
Okay, anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem has her hand raised.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
If there's not any more comments, I will make the motion, Mayor.
That'd be great. I'm not seeing any more. Go ahead.
I'm proud to move to authorize the mayor to sign an interlocal agreement with the Oak Harbor School District for a school resource officer for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and second that reads exactly like the suggested motion in the packet. That motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilor Wassinger. Seeing no other questions or input, all in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief, and to City Council. We'll move on to item number 9, which is the 2022 LTAC 2% grant program referral to council. And for that this evening, we have our Finance Director, David Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is the annual item for the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee 2022 grant round funding. So per RCW 6728-1817, a city or county with a population of 5,000 more that collects lodging tax must also establish a lodging tax advisory committee to review applications and make funding recommendations to the City Council. Any proposal to assign lodging tax funding must be submitted to that committee for review and comment at least 45 days before final action can be taken by the legislative body, City Council. So here's a timeline for this round of 2022 grants. So tonight starts the 45-day clock. The LTAC grant application window is open, and it's going to be open for another 10 days. We notified folks who applied in the past. We put notifications up on our city website as well, and we notified in the newspaper as well. LTAC committee will be meeting to evaluate the grant applications after the window closes. We'll package it up and send it out to the committee to take a look at the applications. We'll have a few meetings, and then we'll come back with a recommendation to the City Council to assign those funds. The earliest regularly scheduled City Council meeting after the 45-day window is on December 7th, 2021. So that's the preliminary date when we'll be bringing back those recommendations from the committee. This is a 12-year history of lodging tax revenues and grant outlays. You can see from 2010 through 2020, the revenues have increased except for 2020. Of course, with COVID, a lot of things were a little different. In 2021 and 22, these are budgeted numbers, but I can tell you that based on the 2022 returns that we've received, we're going to exceed this $237,000 in revenues. Here are the grant outlays that correspond with those revenues. Well, they don't correspond exactly, but these are the grant outlays that were recommended for approval and actually spent by the grantees during those years. I'll go over the details of the 2022 on the next slides. So in 2021, the current, for period 9, which is pretty much year to date, the unencumbered fund balance in this fund is about $738,000. We anticipate receiving another $143,000 in revenue for the remainder of the year, lodging tax revenue. The unspent grant awards as of this date here, when we ran the report, is 116. So taking the balance, adding the revenue, subtracting the expenses, we have an estimated ending for this year, 2021 fund balance of 765. So going to 2022, the budgeted revenue is 261. The known items that are committed are the recurring Island County tourism $20,000 interlocal agreement. The Chamber of Commerce multi-year grant agreement has $130,000 left, and the PDY Memorial Association multi-year grant agreement has $27,000 left for a total of $177,000. So taking that beginning fund balance, or ending 2021 is beginning 2022 fund balance, adding the estimated revenue and subtracting out what's already allocated will bring us to $849,000. And that's with no additional grant awards. So the proposal is to add $123,000 for new grant applications that people are applying for, during this grant window that's currently open. I talked about the prior committed expenditures, the joint Island County tourism agreement, and adding this 123 will make it an even $300,000. So taking the estimated unencumbered fund balance on the previous slide of 849, subtracting out the new proposal of 123 will provide an estimated ending unencumbered fund balance in this fund of $726,000. So I have the suggested motion up for everybody to read, and we are available to field any questions you may have.
So before we do that, I would like to confirm with Julie that we haven't had any comments received from the public regarding this item.
That's correct, Mayor. We received no public comments from this item.
Thank you, Julie. Turn back to council for questions, and you're going to have to help me again, Julie. I can't see him.
Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem had her hand up first.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. If the city applies, they have in the past for some items, because it's a narrow expenditure they can apply for, do they have to apply also in the same window for LTAC?
Well, that's a good question. That's a good question. I wasn't aware of that since I'm, relatively new to the city.
I'll jump
That
in,
would be
David,
a
and
good
say,
question
yeah.
for me to research, or maybe the city attorney who's available, or Blaine might be able to field that question.
We've usually done it in the same set of funding when we've done it before. I believe the now retired parks manager put in for some picnic benches and was approved. So I think to go out a cycle that the council would have to appropriate separately. So I think generally, and it's most works best that any city applications come through this cycle, and certainly city staff could take advantage like they've done in the past and apply.
I know in the past about the picnic tables, they've done banners, but we also found out we could use it for a restroom. We could build a restroom with some money from it. But I'm guessing Councilman Servadius has some other things since he's been the longest chair of it.
Okay, help me, Julie.
Mayor, Councilmember Servadius has his hand up.
Okay, great. Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to append to that, yes, the city would go through the exact same process as anyone else. We've done it, as we said, the reader board downtown, Beaksman Gateway Park, picnic tables, the Woodby Island Marathon. I'm trying to think of other city examples where we have applied. Those are the ones that come to the top of my head. So the city would go through the same process. And I just like to say I'm excited. This is the largest amount in any one cycle that we've been able to release. And so on the heels of everything that we've been through, looking very much forward to an event-filled 2022 with all of our traditional existing events, and then hopefully some new events as well.
Thank you, Councilor Servadius and Mayor Pro Tem for the question. Anyone else?
Mayor, Councilmember Wassinger has a question.
Great, Councilor Wassinger.
Oh, thank you. No question, but I will certainly make the motion. I move to refer use of the Civic Improvement 2% lodging tax funds of $300,000 in 2022 to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee for review of applications for those funds and their recommendations to City Council.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The motion reads exactly like the suggested motion in the packet. That motion was made by Councilor Wassinger, and the second was Mayor Pro Tem Nuns. Seeing no other questions or input, all in favor, please raise your hand. That looks like unanimous, but I can't tell for sure.
Yes, Mayor, that is unanimous.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you, City Council. Okay, that concludes the regular agenda except for the item number 11, which is the executive session. And so at this time, and I'm not sure what the plan is, so I guess I know the motion was made at the last meeting to go into executive session with, quote, just the council. Is there any?
Yes,
that
sir.
would
I
normally
believe that's it,
include
just
me?
the council completely. But we would like to, I'd like to make a motion to include Anna Thompson and Grant Weed, not as attorneys, but just as people to answer the question about some statements they made on their resignations. Is there a second to that?
Second?
So we have a motion and a second, and it's my understanding that this motion is for the council to go into their own executive session. And now we've got the actual motion that was just made was to include Anna Thompson and Grant Weed. They are no longer employees. In that we have a motion and second to include them and no others. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, so looks like we have a question, maybe, Councilor Eisen? So I can't hear her.
I'm not talking yet. Sorry, I'm gathering.
Okay.
This is highly irregular, but I'm willing to hear what they have to say, but I want to confirm and/or request that our interim attorney will be present. She's here at the meeting, and so since we've never had an executive session without our city attorney present, I am assuming, even though it's just the council, that the attorney will be present as well.
Well, that's, I guess, a question now. So we still have this motion on the floor. I'll turn to Councilor Servadius.
So I don't know that I would say we've never had an executive session without our city attorney present, but I could be wrong. But yes, that would be, the request would be council only because of the sensitive nature of what needs to be discussed. This attorney has absolutely no background with regard to the subject. And there's, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily pertinent, at least what I want to discuss and the questions I would ask, that they are involved in executive session. The other challenge is in this virtual environment, there's no way to be sure who is on the line, and that's why we requested it for council only in person, which we're absolutely entitled to do.
So I'd like to, I guess before I go to the vote, I'd like to call on our new interim city attorney, because I too believe this is highly irregular, and especially in today's proclamation time, to say that our city council can have an executive meeting and not allow people that are not present. I guess I'm curious about that. And I'm curious about what, just what you've got experience with this, perhaps from other cities. Hillary?
Thanks, and I'll chime in, and I'm sure the two attorneys present would say the same thing I'm about to, which is you can absolutely invite them to attend the executive session, and you can ask that I not attend. I am familiar with what's happening, and I'd love to be able to give you legal advice in the session, as these two fine attorneys are no longer your counsel. They shouldn't be giving you advice in the session. But if you'd prefer to have me not there, that's your choice.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we were on solid ground there. I'm still uncomfortable, but I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Thanks.
So, Councilor Servadius?
Thank you. And just to clarify, I won't be asking, well, I won't, and I'm sure my peers are not asking our former city attorney or former assistant city attorney for legal advice. When I made the motion for the executive session, it was with regards to the concern I had for the use of the language in their resignation letter. And so there is no one more germane to explain their reasons than those two individuals. And that's why it only makes sense to have them there. They're the people that can answer those questions. Thank you.
Okay, so
And
we do have a
Mayor?
motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have?
Well, we
saw you-
understand, as you often say, it is just a discussion. There will be no decisions made or voting in this. It is a discussion for information, and then we will come out of executive session.
Okay. I won't repeat that. That is the case, certainly. They won't be making any decisions in there. So how long would you like for this session?
An hour, sir?
1 hour. So it is 7:18. How about we plan to, unless you come out sooner, we will take, I guess I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye to have this meeting. So that passes unanimously, and then we will reconvene this regular meeting at 8:20. Will that work? Okay. They will be going into executive session.
The City Council came out of executive session and announced they would be going back into executive session until 9 p.m. They will resume the open session at 9 p.m. Thank you.
I can hear you, Mayor.
Okay. Well, I just got disconnected, but now it reconnected. So I thought I'd verify that I'm
Yeah.
still, okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go back to sleep.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock, I said, right, Julie?
Yep, yep, yeah, they're
9
supposed to
o'clock.
come, they're supposed to come out at 9 o'clock, Mayor.
There you go. Thanks.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Mayor, we're going to need an extension, please. So I'll wait for your direction.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
An extension of the, are we
Executive.
going back into session?
First, I'd like to make a motion to extend past our 9 PM cutoff for our city council meetings to 10 o'clock PM, to extend the normal 9 o'clock PM meeting to 10. I'm sure it'll be less, but I move it to 10 PM, please.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and a second to extend our regular council meeting to 10 o'clock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I notice we're missing a counselor.
Restroom call, sir.
I'm sorry?
Restroom.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so obviously we're out of executive session now.
Yes.
And
And we would like to extend executive session for another 30 minutes, please.
okay, so you want to extend the executive session, and that includes city council and Mr. Weed and Ms. Thompson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do we need a motion for that? No, probably not. I guess you have the right to just go back in.
All right, we will exit and scurry as fast as we can. Thank you.
The council has announced that they are going to extend their executive session until 9:59. Again, the council has announced they will extend their executive session until 9:59. Mayor Severns? Oh, do I have him muted? Okay. Mayor Severns? There he is. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Mayor.
Hi there.
Hi, this is Julie. The council would like to invite you to join them in the executive session. What I need to know is, do they need to make a motion to do that, since they had already stated it was going to be a council-only executive session? That might be a question for our new interim council.
Yeah, well, I think at this stage, it probably would be best that they do that. They're the ones that, wanted this session without anybody. And now, and so I guess that they should come back into session so that the public can see what's going on.
Okay, because yes, then they'd like to
Yeah.
invite you to the executive session, and I wanted to know if you wanted to ask our legal counsel, Evans, her opinion on that. I believe she's still with us, but she may be listening on.
Well, she probably is, but I don't think I'm gonna ask her. I'm just
Okay.
I'm gonna make the request that if they want me to go in there now, they need to come out and make a motion.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
You're right, doesn't matter where we're sitting.
See if the mayor can hear you guys. I don't know if he can or not.
Can go to the HD webcam? Right, so it's all public now. Okay.
Hey,
Rhonda.
If you do the up carrot next to the start.
let me go see what.
To make a motion.
Your voice is being projected out there. We're live. We hear yourself speaking.
Mayor, Tim is setting up a
Couldn't see what the camera's on. The camera just sees
surface
that
in
red
the
right there.
conference room.
That's what I was trying to.
How do we move this? Because everything we're saying is out there.
Oh no! So with the new extension, you can go to breakout rooms. So we're gonna
Turn the mic up right now, Jeff.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
So I can't hear anything that's going on.
Right. Right now, Mayor, Tim is setting up a computer, a surface in the conference room, so that they have not come out of chambers or out of the conference room into chambers. So I'm guessing that their intention at this point is to make a motion from the conference room.
Okay.
But Tim is getting them set up in there, and then we can move all, you and them, into what we call a breakout room via the software, so that you are all the only ones that are available to talk to each other.
Yeah, I guess I'm all right with that. I don't understand why they don't come out to council chambers and make a motion that I go into their special executive meeting.
Yeah.
So,
At this point.
listen, by the way,
Yes,
I
Mayor.
guess I will ask our city attorney at this stage. Hillary Evans, are you with us?
Yep, I am.
Hi. Thanks
Hi.
for your patience. Hi, so I guess I'd like some advice. I don't know, we're not on the public meeting anywhere, right? Julie?
That's correct to the best of my knowledge, Mayor.
Okay.
Tim just turned this on so that I could speak to you.
You are on, anybody that's on the channel can hear you.
Okay,
I don't know if you're being broadcast YouTube or not. We'll have to ask Tim.
Tim is in the
Well-
conference room right now.
But
YouTube
everybody,
still has the executive session notification up.
Very
okay,
good.
so they have, back to Hillary Evans, please.
I'm here. What's the question?
Okay, actually,
thanks.
Mayor, don't say anything. The YouTube is airing the sound from the meeting, just so you know. So you guys might want to break out into a room if the mayor and Hillary want to speak.
Well, I was going to say, there's not much we can do. They have to come back out.
Okay, the council, city council has to come back out, right?
Eventually, they have to come back out, right?
Yeah, okay.
The question was, do they have to come back out to make a motion to have the mayor join them since they had excluded him previously?
Was that part of the original motion, the exclusion?
The original motion was for council only.
They could invite him in. I don't know that they need a motion to do it.
Okay.
So they have invited me.
Yeah, Tim is setting that up.
Well, I think I'd like to go in, but I want to take Hillary Evans with me.
Okay. As soon as they get to a spot where I can go over there, I will go tap on the door and communicate that.
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Mayor, the council has indicated that they're fine with that for you to attend and also with Ms. Evans to attend. Tim is just getting that set up in that room now. We'll be with you shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys could do it here, and then I'd move you guys to the breakout room.
There's no need to run all around.
Exactly. Do you do
Well, you might not have your steps in
you
here.
have technology? Oh, I definitely don't have my steps in.
Okay. I'm guessing not. Maybe I'll let Tim run back in.
Skinny pants.
Unparalleled.
Skinny. Oh.
I put my pants on for the video and realize I'm getting a little seam that's coming with a zipper on the side. I need to keep that on.
It's a terrible place.
It's gonna start to unravel on me. Banana Republic, all of them, because they're made tall. I have to have tall because my arms are so small.
Do you go?
You can hear them. They don't usually carry that stuff in the store, the tall.
I do petites.
Right, yeah, my friend's
Petite
opposite.
short.
They're the petite section.
More information if he wants to know.
Get them all. Yeah, well, nobody wears them. Well, that's not.
I move that we extend our regular plan meeting to 10:35.
Second.
All in favor? And we would like to extend the executive session to 10:25.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Thank you. Mayor, would you please reopen up our public meeting?
Hello out there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Mayor.
Okay. So maybe Julie could tell me when to start the meeting again?
Yes, Mayor, you may begin now. Mayor, you may begin now. Tim, is he hearing me? Mayor, are you hearing me? No, it's because you muted me. Yes, Mayor, you may reopen the meeting.
Okay, great. I'd like to call the October 5th regular city council meeting for the city of Oak Harbor back in session. The city council has been in executive session since 8:20. It is now 10:28. So we'll call the regular meeting back in session. They were in executive session with 2 invited guests and no city staff and no mayor. So I'll ask if there is any motion for action, and if so, it should be done at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Munns.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to make a motion at this time. I move that the City Council issue a vote of no confidence regarding City Administrator Blaine Oburn for reasons which include, but are not limited to, the following. Number 1, approximately 90 employees have either left the employment of the city or provided their notice of intent to leave since Mr. Oburn's date of hire on July 10th, 2018. While not all separations from employment may be attributed to Mr. Oburn, the numbers represent about 65% of the entire workforce of the city of Oak Harbor. Such a mass exodus is alarming and unprecedented and demonstrates a serious retention concern, gross negligence, and mismanagement of the city's human resources. Number 2, several employees have contacted City Council members voicing grave concerns about workplace issues. Such employees have come to council members rather than the city administrator and human resources because they are uncomfortable doing so and they are fearful of retaliation. Number 3, the city administrator has been negligent in communicating with City Council. Key information, which is essential for informed decision-making, has been omitted, withheld, or mischaracterized. One recent example is the street access issued for the Harbor Heights property. The city administrator authorized traffic consultant work for an access alternative that the City Council did not authorize and does not favor. This left the city engineer in the public eye to accept the blame. Another example is a recent email dated September 9th, 2021 from the intern Public Works Director under the direction of the city administrator to all public work employees. This email instructed all employees to report all contacts from the City Council members. The council views such instruction as inappropriate and unnecessary, damaging to employee morale, and an obstruction to an effective government. Number 4, City Administrator Oburn has exhibited a lack of effective leadership. Many employees have reported that morale is low, and this is attributed to the city administrator. Efforts by some council members, as authorized by the mayor, to have employees take a survey addressing this low morale were discouraged and thwarted by Mr. Oburn. The city attorney issued a letter dated September 20th, 2021, giving notice of early termination of services. The letter referenced a compromised working relationship with the city administrator as the reason for the early termination. The following day, September 21, 2021, the assistant city attorney gave her resignation and reported similar concerns as the city attorney. Number 6, while the mayor was incapacitated, Mr. Oburn announced to department directors that he was acting with and had the full authority of the mayor. Such an announcement is inconsistent with and contrary to the authority of the mayor pro tem under state law, has authority to act in the absence or incapacity of the mayor. Based on a review of recent meetings of the Oak Harbor City Arts Commission, Administrator Oburn attempted to assess control over its meeting by directing staff to establish its agenda and control discussion over the objections of some of the Art Commission members. Number 8, Mr. Oburn exhibits substandard and ineffective leadership during the city council meetings. He is often unable to answer questions on key agenda item topics and defers to other staff. He seldom makes the presentation on key issues associated with his job. Ordinance OHMC 2.05.030. The city administrator's responsibility includes regular reports to the mayor and city council concerning status of all assignments, duties, projects, and functions of the various city offices and departments. Assists the mayor and council generally in conducting the city businesses in all matter. The city council finds that the city administrator has failed the city council in such duties.
So that's the motion. I'm not obviously gonna.
Yes,
try to
sir,
repeat that one.
that's the motion. Sorry,
Is there
it's a
a
lengthy
second?
one.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Obviously, that motion is gonna need to be passed to our city clerk. Does anyone want that reread? Okay, does not look like council needs to have that reread. So the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem, and the second was made by Councilor Wassinger. I'm correct on that, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
Mayor, that
okay.
is correct.
Any other further? I'm sorry? Is there any other council input?
No, Mayor, there is no further input from council.
Okay. And I don't believe that I'm going to try to say anything at this point other than to ask for those in favor to raise their hand. And those opposed? Likewise? So
Mayor, I'm abstaining.
We have, I think, I'm sorry, Councilor Eisen?
I'm abstaining.
Okay, Councilor Eisen has abstained from the vote. So then we have a vote of 4 to pass this motion and 1 abstention. And I don't No, it seems like Counselor Servadius usually wants to know.
It's in the
A
rules.
reason?
Yes, Council Servadius would be correct if he were to ask for an explanation. It's in the rules. I am abstaining while I do share a lot of the council's concerns. I object to the action because I'm afraid that it will do more harm than good. And since I object to the action, I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Then that motion passes with a vote of 4 city council and 1 abstention. Okay? Is there any other business for tonight's meeting? It doesn't sound like there is. Then I would appreciate a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Then a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, raise your hand, and thank you. Have a good evening.